Hello. We're back. We're back and we're in it. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the eye, the two eyes that are in Phoenix's name, and they're both like little. The bar of the eye is like tiny. Why did they do that? Hello. What's going on? Okay, which one is the one? I think it's this one. I think this is the one. So let me go back. The two letter I's that are in Phoenix's name, in the first and last name, they're tiny. Like compared to the other letters, why are they little? What's that about? Anyway. Just some fun with fonts, I guess. What is this badge you have? Oh, it's Minecraft. Okay. Okay, what were we doing? We're talking to Marshall about the lockers. Subliminal messaging, okay. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Well, no, because I think it seems like Meekins doesn't make eye contact with anyone. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? He's got the animation of pulling on the jerky like that is crazy. It made you discover you could get badges at all? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Damn! This is the first time he's ever complained about that with anyone. You know, like, every fucking person that comes into this courtroom is uncooperative as hell, and this is the first time he's ever commented on it. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. I'd cut it off with my knife if I had the chance. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt? Okay. I don't know if I do. I'm gonna save. I must have it. Beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Okay. It is pretty wild. This can't be happening. Like, it's not even like a respect for authority thing as it is like this person holds so much fucking power over you that you better, you know, step carefully. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Edgeworth. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Marshall. He knows we're gonna get him. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Isn't it because he had blood on it? He had blood on the coat. He was in a skirmish. Poor Meekins. Yeah, everybody wanted to see everyone wanted to see this thing again. Also, when are we gonna talk about the handprint that's on it? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Okay, hang on though. I had a thought a second ago. So, we are arguing right now that Marshall did not have the ID card. Is that what we're saying? Because how then did he get the... How come Goodman's ID number is on the thing then? If he didn't have the card. Not bad, partner. I win! Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Of course fucking not. Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Damn, okay. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. Fucking tell us then, man. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. Yeah, he said there wasn't a murder at 5:15. He didn't say there wasn't a murder, period. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? He's a ghost, oh my god. Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Donation. He had to do it that day. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. No, you're right though. The character designs are extremely, like, well thought out, and none of them are the same, like, types of faces or anything. It's really good. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Like, nobody's got the same, like, jawline or anything. It's fucking sick. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Plan to take out the evidence. So, we are both saying that he had the ID, and we're saying that he doesn't have the ID. They should make an urban legend about it. Every copy is different a little bit. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool a security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. But Goodman couldn't remember his own ID number because he wrote 59 on that. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. It was in a leather wallet, I would like to point out. So it should have fingerprints on it. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. I don't know if that's true. We had the fucking perpetrator in the last case had no fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. They're the ballistic markings of the hands. Fingerprints. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Oh, you get it? Okay. They're fucking burned off. They're gone, dude. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. A little surprised. You pulled a fucking knife on him. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Edgeworth, why is this your jurisdiction, sir? They do it in Britain, yeah. I like that Marshall is like a cowboy otaku because that means that I can, like, no matter how bad my accent is for him, it works. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. They have hundreds of knives? I've never heard this. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Huh. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and you managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. Oh, of course. If I don't have, if I can't buy a Glock, next best thing, butterfly knife. So you did your research beforehand. They must also have Texas-shaped lighters though too, right? Are they selling knives at Buc-ee's? Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. Okay. Buc-ee's not cool enough for knives. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. Texas-shaped waffles. That's incredible. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What do you mean? He was passed out on the floor. What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Well, well. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. I don't know if that's true. In a court of law. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. True! I mean, he could just plead the fifth, I guess. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. I don't think that's how this works. I don't think that you get to choose whether or not the answer is satisfying. What if it fucking sucks? Huh. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. What a word. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Of course not. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? We already know that it was like a bullshit case. That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? You were there, man. What do you mean? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Okay. Let's look at the files. What do we got? Okay. SL9, closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Serial murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Da 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 da! Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head Investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. It's interesting to me that Lana was a witness, but she also worked the case. You know? So I'm assuming the answer to do you know why is because your brother fucking died in it. Objection! I think that's his brother anyway. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. That is true also. Phoenix was also a fucking witness. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Though, he never had to testify. But I mean, I guess it makes sense because he can't cross-examine himself. I have the SL9 incident file here. It's one piece of paper, despite the fact that in the picture it is a huge folder. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? What do you mean? What do you mean, what a prosecutor? You're a judge. Shouldn't you know this person? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murder of Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. He literally has a hat, also. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. He looks like Von Karma. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. Why? I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. What do you mean? And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Okay. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. Yeah, kinda. I think we only know about half of it. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. They're finishing each other's sandwiches? Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. It is crazy. Like that's wild to suggest that that is a coincidence. The exact same fucking time? So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Objection! No, but wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. How are you... Okay. If this is the case, right? Edgeworth pulls into the parking lot at 5:12, he parks his car, he leaves. Lana Skye comes in and allegedly kills Bruce Goodman 3 minutes later. But how did she get into the trunk? Is he alleging that he left his car open? For her to just... And then why even bother with the trunk? She left it open. If we assume that that was what happened, You know, like, what? Huh? And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! That is less than a word, yes. I rest my case. It can't have been a coincidence. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Yes, there is! What do you mean? There's so much! Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. We're gonna do this again? Yeah. Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Damn, okay. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Now that she mentions it. Yeah, like, what did he say? This is my counsel? This is my deputy? The names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. When? So did you find something? Yeah, she's kind of the client, in a way. 'Cause Lana doesn't want it. No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Just dead silence. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, it's crazy that they said that they could have done DNA testing and they just didn't. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. I mean, who else, dude? You're the fucking defense attorney. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. I mean, yeah. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Let's fucking go. I don't know. They must have some kind of protocol to deal with that kind of thing. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? I mean... It's a handprint. Made out of blood. Could there be something I'm missing?
Objection!
The L piece, of course! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah. Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? I mean... this motherfucker. He's standing in front of the locker. In the video. Allegedly. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger. Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. He's making up the slogan on the spot? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? Yeah, guardian of proof. That's right. So as long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, I mean, guarding of... he's gatekeeping the proof. It would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? It was like he got shot. So that means, just what exactly does that mean? Bro! This guy needs to retire or something. I don't know. It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Whoa, okay. Just call it bullshit, sure. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. I want to be able to see how far the head goes. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Objection! Listen, you motherfucker. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Objection! So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? I don't know, anywhere between 4 and 5:15. To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Where's the fucking door thing? It would have had to been... It has to be this one, right? This is the only one that's got any times on it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh! The ID card record! Yeah, with the fucking other entry on it. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miss... Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. What do you mean? He was just on trial for murder like 2 months ago. People fully believe that he did it. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. Bro, there's a whole fucking entry above this. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. It couldn't have been the only other entry on there. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. All 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. It would have been easier to say, yeah, I have an alibi, yeah. And he does have an alibi. He literally was getting that fucking award, and then he had to drive back to the prosecutor's office. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. Ace Attorney logic is like, it... Sometimes it makes full sense, and other times I'm like, we're fucking reaching. He went in with 77777. I don't know if that's enough. I don't think there's enough 7s, but whatever. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. You would think everyone would know instantly who that is, considering there's only one number like that. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. It's you, of course. You've got 2 in there. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection! That's crazy. Nobody can? But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Stop fucking talking shit about me. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Objection! Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 77777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Yeah. Like, we can't... We've known for a fact that both Edgeworth and Von Karma have done fucking shit. So, like, we can't just be like, oh, everything is totally fine and normal. They definitely didn't do anything weird. They fucking could have. It's been established. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? Franziska is perfect. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. Somehow we're sharing the same table at the same time. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Okay. Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Is that true? That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Yeah, I'm gonna do the whole trilogy, I think. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! Order! Everyone's so gossipy. This whole fucking... Every time there's anybody in this court, they gossip fucking constantly. Oh, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Yeah, I like how Maya left and then they just gave us Maya 2. the squeakquel. Except she's a little bit older than Emma, I think. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. It's okay. She's on her training arc. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I mean, she was right, though. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. I got hit by a truck. She got isekai'd. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. I mean, you weren't working 2 years ago. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. Trailer of a game where you gotta help a hero from another world by running over stuff in your truck. Who is Joe? What is that? I have not seen that. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Well, well. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I mean, nobody said fucking anything about it until just now, so... It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. You did get got. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. She's literally describing the way Mia died. Joe Dark. It seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Nose 15? I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. Hi! Man, everybody's here today. It's exciting. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. She's hearing the scream in the elevator from 20 years ago. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that. I like this series a lot, but this specific trial is like kind of weird. I do like all the gimmicky stuff in it, but I feel like I don't know. It's not bad. I like it, but it's also there's I don't know. I don't know how to describe what I mean. There's something going on. The story is yeah, I do feel like the writing feels different. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? So, I wonder when was this trial written? It would have been probably around when the second game came out, I would assume. Like when did the DS version of this game come out relative to the second game, I guess is the question. Because it would have had to been written around then. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah. Why are you surprised? How come everybody in this fucking game has a steel trap memory until they fucking don't? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. $2002 for game 2, but then like the standalone version of this game on the DS. When did that come out? If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. 2006, okay. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? So, wait, did Justice for All also come out on the GBA then? Or was it just this one? Dude, look at his hair. He's an onion. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. She looks way older in this picture. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Oh, really? I just thought it was this one. I thought that's why they made this case. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. See, I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Is there enough time to do that? Is there enough time for her to have been a detective and then 2 years later have passed the bar and become the chief prosecutor? What? That's news to me. Oh my god, Inspector Cabanella did it. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Everybody is a former cop for some reason. Is there anything I want to show her right now? I don't think so. When are we going to talk about the handprint on the Blue Badger? Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. I feel like they should have made SL9 like 5 years ago. Just to give her time to have done all that studying. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Okay. I do not watch a lot of cop shows now. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is that at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's rare to hear the word phased without the "un" in front of it. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! You look so badass. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. I feel like, going through police academy just to get experience at, like, doesn't that seem kind of like a lot of work? After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Investigation in quotation marks? 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Star. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. And they were co-workers! Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. Perfect ad break time. On the most dramatic sentence you could have said. Crazy. What's going on my phone right now? I'm thinking about I am curious about that. Chuck-kun. That is really funny. So, I'm thinking about pulling for Mr. CB, but I don't know if I want to or not. Cause like, I do play a decent amount of enclosures, but I'm also concerned about tachyon speed. Because I want that also. I have 80k right now. So I could, in theory, I could probably get, like, 1 LB. But then I'm down, like, a lot. Like, I could spend 30k and only have 1 of them. So I don't know what I want to do. But then on the other hand, even if I spend 30k, that puts me at 50, which then I can probably get 10k by the time Tachyon comes out. I don't know. Yeah, like I have Tamamo and also Ayabe, so I feel like I have like a reason to do it, but at the same time, like, I don't know. You do get enclosure skills from racing. It's just nice to, when you Like, it kind of feels bad when I put a card in my deck that doesn't have any skills that are relevant to the character. Let me look at this shit. Speed and wit bonus 1 for training. 5% race bonus. Wit, friendship, recovery 5, so that's extra compared to a lot of most wit cards only have 4 recovery, I think. Anyway, when he tried to murder Emma, Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. She has to fucking leave everything out constantly. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. Okay. That sounds unrealistic. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Jesus. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. She wore the exact same clothes at that time also. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. You didn't call anybody else? Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? She does look older in that picture, right? I don't buy it. She's supposed to be like 14 there. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Six Head. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? You could put a Wordle on there, yeah. Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Yeah! Okay, do I have anything I want to show her? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. This is the first time anyone's ever said that to him. She really means it. Lana? Okay, fine, whatever. Then fucking don't. We haven't heard about the screwdriver at all. Yeah, there's a glass thing. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ending up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I think we can do that. I think we can pull that off. What's going on up here? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee again. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago? I guess we'll have to come back later. That's fine. I don't understand how his desk lamp works. I understand it's supposed to be a clamp, but like, I feel like there should be like a little, there should be like a line that shows it going underneath the thing. The normal version, yeah. I remember seeing somebody posted a, Kitasan R MLB, and they were like, is this the card I need? Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know what life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Who? Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Oh! Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. They're not gonna fucking kill you. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Probably not. Unless that's all you have and you're trying to do like a all ours run or something. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? A lot of prospectors head west. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. You don't need a steak lunch, you got one yesterday. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Why are you pointing at me? I don't like that. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. The murder weapon! It was you! It was your finger guns. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I don't know, man. You look scruffier than he does. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. Yeah, we knew this already. Why are you asking? Is that Columbo? It might be. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. The murder weapon is the journey that we took to get there. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one was taken care of. Save one. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The corruption goes so far. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. The shape of the blade and stuff, I would assume. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Okay, what are you gonna do? Just go eat spaghetti? Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Okay. And he just fucking leaves. That dude does have Columbo vibes, though. Except maybe the hair. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everybody's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Why is the chief always here by himself? Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. That's crazy that you just allow this. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. They just told us we're not allowed because you fucking told him. What do you mean? Why the fuck does it look like this? Hang on. I have to get the other controller. Okay. It did feel like a small station, right? Like it felt like 2 rooms. It felt like the main room and then the little case files room. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Why does he have that? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. No, they didn't. They didn't call you that. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. What the fuck? Don't touch it. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? This is where I throw all of my murder victims in the river. Oh, No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean with the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Why do we keep looking around? See that big picture on the wall over there? He lets them drown in the pool. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Okay, wait. Okay, the jug is there. But the jug looks like... isn't there a detail about it looking like the Blue Badger? So then why the fuck is it... Why is it here now? Do you know what I mean? Like, he only designed the Blue Badger, like, a little while ago, it sounded like. We took it to commemorate our work together. Okay. Something's not right with this picture. Yeah, could it be the spear blade in the middle of the fucking picture? Also, the fucking sword on the prosecutor trophy, and also the jug in the back? I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Can't team picture... Wasn't there a detail about that? Like the ears? Like, was the Blue Badger made to look like the vase? I forget what the detail was. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Threatening. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Everything's coincidences, of course. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Yeah, it's his office. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. I think we could probably figure it out. What are we doing right now, though? What if I go back in here? Yeah. I think he would do that. He'd be chill about it. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Why? You were in a meeting. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Damn, okay. Yikes. That's a wild thing to say. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? Yeah. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Damn, okay. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, be careful not to stick out. Okay. You kinda do anyway. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Yeah, maybe. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? How come they don't trust the player to remember what's going on? So they just like repeat things over and over. I guess it is originally a handheld game though. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? He saw American Psycho one day. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Okay. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? What the fuck? He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. What the fuck? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. If that is what happened, then how could he avoid leaving evidence? There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. No witnesses at all, he killed all of them. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. This is so much. They want me to show him the murder weapon. He does have an onion haircut, yes. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Yeah, but I've been carrying it around. On the day Detective Gummo was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. he gets so excited. They were doing a garage sale. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. What's that smudge on it? But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. I don't think I need to take a good look at it for that. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. This is what I'm saying. I love it when I say something and then the characters also say the exact same thing, because it's like, I feel validated. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. Jesus. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? Like Columbo? Gumshoe? Yeah. Well, he says he read the file. What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. No one needs to borrow any money. It's just you. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. It's his autistic interest, yeah. Everyone here has their own special interest. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Okay. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Good thing Phoenix has the most enormous pockets you've ever seen. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I mean, fucking probably. How do you feel the Blue Badger? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Yeah, he's got the face. He's got it. Average male pocket, honestly. True. How do you feel with this? About that jar? I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. He had a dream about this man. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. How many detectives have you met, Phoenix? Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? I don't know, maybe in his fucking office? Okay, he won't. He won't look at this. What the fuck is this about? The silhouette of the Blue Badger, yeah. It's like that animation with Velma remembering all her previous lives. What else do we want to show him? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice? I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. I don't understand why she had to do that. They had conclusive evidence. I need them to tell me why that she felt she had to do that. Oh, lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Yeah, because he's filled in like 40 of these. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know? Master? That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. No, there's not, man. You're just dumb. Wow, a higher power. And you're supposed to be scientific. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Probably not. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yep. Here it is. Yep, there's only one number left to investigate, at 4:20 p.m. At 4:20, Bruce Goodman and Damon Gant entered the evidence room to fucking blaze it. The force of gravity. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer. Just might have a hunch. About this? Hey, is that? Okay, we already did this. The knife was in the locker. Do I have anything else to talk to him about right now? This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. Just make it 0001 like Von Karma. But I'm me after all. What could be wrong with that? So much. I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Oh, we already looked at this. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you later. We still have the cell phone and the shoe. Okay, well... I guess I will try and move around a little bit. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. Oh, what are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. On the floor? He's writing a love letter? Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Edgeworth needs to go to therapy. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. I feel like... Release the list. I feel like he can't be held accountable for this. How is he supposed to verify the veracity of this sort of thing? But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. I mean, you can't be surprised by the amount of yaoi when the artist that made the character designs was doing Dojin before she was drawing this. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth? I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Shut up. You're just uncomfortable when anyone shows any positive emotion toward you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Jeez. Crazy, eh? Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something about it seems strange to me. Okay, that wasn't in there anyway. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goma was murdered? You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? You don't have to go. Even so, those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. You can. People do it all the time. What do you mean? I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office and transport the dead body while I was at it. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Well, that's fucking suspicious, isn't it? Hey, can you show me about this? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean, anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell in the past? He's asking me? The man who's changed, like, decided on his entire career because of something that happened in the 3rd grade? Why can't he just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you not notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record. Guess I better present this other shield. Okay. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. I stole it off of the wall when I left. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. He carried it out under his arm. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Okay. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? His giant mail pockets. It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Immovable object versus unstoppable force. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? I definitely know with that. Very well. Okay. Well, long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. What was the word that he said at the time? Oh, I see, so the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the ward abolished. Chief Gant. Okay. That's weird. Like, that's such a weird thing to have done. Okay, do I have anything else I want to show Edgeworth? I missed what he said. Maybe if I just show him what? I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, man. The CEO of dictionaries. One time, when I was in college, he reminded me of this story by talking about erasing from all the dictionaries. This girl in my class was insisting that Raiko's name was Riku. And I was like, no, it's simply not. And we like went on Google and like looked at pictures of cards and stuff, and she was like, they changed it. And I was like, they changed every single fucking picture of every card online and every card in the universe that exists in the world? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. No. No. We were very explicitly talking about the Pokemon. Inspect Element, of course. Yeah, no, she was like, they changed it. And I was like, okay, I'm not having this discussion with you. You can win this one because I'm not doing this. Yet, a clear path is laid out before me. I have no time to look back on what might have been. Okay. Well. What about the screwdriver, man? No? Okay. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You just said so yourself. So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. They make sense to him. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. Okay. What do you think about this? No? Okay. Do I have anything else to talk to him about? Maybe not. It's hard to tell. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Wrapped in paper? Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That is not what happened. There's no fucking way that's what happened. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodwin with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Yeah. Joe Jark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. It definitely happened that way. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became possessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Why are we only hearing about this today? Lana and Chief Gant. After case closed. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, while with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. Take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. Yeah, I don't know. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Shrug. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. What about the other chief? What about the previous chief? There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Don't worry, I got you. We're not doing peppered squid guts anymore. What do you think about any of this? I don't have anything else to tell you. Okay. Miss Starr, the only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. You didn't even show me a picture of it. I don't get to see it? I want them to... Okay. I wanted to give me another obvious one. Nothing's going on here. Maybe there is something else to do with Lana, but... Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? You rearranged your desk. Why, to make room on it, or like to clean it? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Ah, I see. So what, you like put it like perpendicular? That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. It's a corner desk. Wait, that's sick. My desk is a door. It's an old door that we turned into a desktop and then put supports under it to become a desk. No, a D-O-O-R door. It's a door. Yeah, actually, it's pretty good because I was able to use like the existing hole for the knob as well as plugs, like put some more holes, drill some more holes into it for cords to go through. It was pretty good. Okay, what can I show him that will convince him to let me in there? He's seen the jar somewhere. He's in the chief's office. ID card record. That's the ID card record. Yeah, okay. Someone with an executive officer number. All 7s. Yeah. Memo. No? Okay. Goodman's autopsy. We showed him the Blue Badger panel, right? Yeah. What about the video? What about the video? No? Okay. Oh. I don't need to watch it again. It's kind of cursed, honestly. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed. Yeah, okay. Were you at the award ceremony? You got an award. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. You don't know that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Are you describing, like, George? And the dragon? Like, what are you talking about? Gets gory after that. What else did I have where it had been updated? Something else got updated. Right? The knife. Murder weapon. It came out of the locker. The incriminating piece of evidence. Of course. The dragon orbs. There was a shield involved somehow. Okay. I don't know what else to... What about this picture of them? No? She didn't even look at it. I feel like if she had looked at it, she would have said something. Who else can we ask about this award? She doesn't have anything else. Poppy seed rice set. What do you think of this? No? Okay. So, okay. Do I just, like, show Gumshoe fucking everything in my pockets and see what happens? This one's been wiped. Mr. Edwards' card. Somebody must have a grudge. Parking stub. We already looked at this. He said shut the fuck up about this one. I think I showed him this. Cell phone. Parking lot. Picture. That's the photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Star is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Oh yeah, okay, we already spoke to him about that one. How come everything Goodman wore is white? Doesn't that seem like a bad... Oh, he bought Luminol too! That's something else though. What is that? Now I can go detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. I also feel like it should be 3-star trainees only. It's the middle evolution of, I see. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that! Phoenix. Yeah, I also feel like it should be 3 stars trainees only, but I'm also not- I'm never gonna be upset when they give me star pieces for free. People say you shouldn't buy them. What the fuck did I just drop? I heard something fall on the floor, but I don't see anything. I don't know. I buy all the star pieces in the shop. I know people say you shouldn't do that, but I do it every time. And I don't even care. I buy all of them. The 3-star ones don't show up enough for me, for my liking. Oh my god, so today, I'm always running out of fucking money. I've been trying to level up every single one of my cards to max. I'm down to the R's. From 1 to 40 on a rare card is like 70k. It's a poor problem, yeah. Eventually, I won't need to do that. Once I have them all done, like, done the way I want them to be done. I forgot about what happened today. Which was, we ordered a car part for my mom's car. And it came today while I was here by myself. And I saw the delivery person show up and like they pulled into the yard and then they drove away. So I was like, okay, I'll go get it. I didn't realize it was really big, first of all. It was fucking huge. It was like 8 feet long. It was like a really long rectangle. And I went to the back door. It wasn't at the back door, so I go to the front door. The guy has placed the box in a way that I cannot open the door. the part is too heavy for me to open the door without like shoving it physically. Like it won't just fall over. It'll have to be shoved. So I got boxed in. The front door was fully boxed in. I had to go out the back door and around to the front of the house. And then and then I had to pick up the giant rectangle and carry it inside. And then I just shove it up the stairs that are inside the door. And I freaked the cat out, but it was like he was standing in the road. It's not like it's coming at you. It's just that you won't move. It's your own goddamn fault for being scared. Anyway. So the front door did get blocked and I got trapped, but it's okay. I got it. It was raining, but I got it. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. I can't believe that's what he bought. The ID card record. Okay, we already looked at this. I'm just showing him everything I have. Oh, I've seen some- I might have seen that. All the fingerprint powder. What the fuck, bro? Have I looked at this? A116. Suspicious. Okay. It looks a lot less impressive in the render than in the picture. Yeah, if it was in front of the apartment door, I would have been fucked. Like, all they had to do was put it, like, a little bit farther out from the door. They put it right up against it. I don't know, man. I don't know if they did it on purpose to spite the fact that we had ordered a giant thing that was really big. Like, it was kind of a heavy parcel for delivering. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand. Without any fingerprints. Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. He's seen the jar somewhere. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? I mean, he's a cop. What do you mean? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. Yeah, like, they're just doing their job, and I would also be pissed off if somebody made me deliver or something like that, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal was. I'm just making it up. They might have just not been thinking about it, which is probably the more likely explanation. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick should listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Don't make that suggestion out loud. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Okay. He's been studying on the files. He was a serial killer. He doesn't care to look at the picture. And he doesn't care to look at the autopsy report. That's all there is. Yeah, Gumshoe is... He's a very simple man. Not in a bad way, just... Oh my god, I forgot, you're right. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Wait, I might have... Okay, we did... Okay, wait. 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 Can we see where it was? No? Okay. It's a metal plate with the names. Von Karma got it, 5,000 years. Okay. No fingerprints on the murder weapon. Yeah, I realized that I also, like, that I had a preference for certain styles. You should get rid of some of them. He doesn't care to see the picture of the blue badger. Okay, wait. Maybe if I just show him my best evidence. Found dead. They found her floating face down in the river. Show him my best evidence. What's my best evidence? My juiciest best evidence. This isn't related to the case, okay. Gant asked him to bring this. I showed him the attorney badge and he got sad about wanting to be a defense attorney in his childhood. Oh, I forgot about the paper on the floor. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth? Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Only now? But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Oh, it doesn't light up. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Letter of resignation added to evidence. Okay, well let me... Damn it. Blackmail! They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth? The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. I wonder if I can use it for anything he says. Reach out for the truth indeed. I don't remember how I got into this series, to be honest with you. I think it might have just been like a game that I picked up, because like, I remember when I was in high school and I had my first job, I would just use the money to buy video games. And so I bought like a lot of stuff that I didn't even know what it was, so that it might have been that. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. We kind of fucked him over. Detective? I also kind of missed that, yeah. That's it, I made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me, it's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta tell everybody at school about it. I have not played Dishonored. That's one that's been sitting on the list for a while. Chief's office! We could play it. I have both of them, I think. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click beep. He's got a safe. The lore. I do like a good lore. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Oh, there's 3, really. Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. What? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? Why are you screaming? Yeah, I like lore, but I want to have time to like look at it, and sometimes I feel like I don't have. Sometimes I feel like I should just be getting on with things, you know? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. What? Hey, don't do that to my card. Just say you got run over. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah. Yeah, the pocket collapsed. This is a safe, isn't it? What else would it be? Phoenix, a microwave? Safe. That word is rife with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Ro reads a lot of detective novels. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Oh, okay. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? Gumshoes? I feel like they need like a little bit of disruption in the shape of them because they do look like pieces of seaweed a little bit to me. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? I don't want to try that. Oh, I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input code. That was easy. Can you believe that that would be the code for this shit? Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? Somebody in the very far future. 777777. I don't know if that's enough sevens. I haven't counted. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. It's your birthday? Okay. You mean 777777? That ID number. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? I mean, I should hope that we're gonna look inside. I fucking opened it. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? At work? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. Yeah, we're already gonna get arrested. Like, this is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? No? The design? Like the concept of leather? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. Bro, what the fuck? I think it's weird when birthday selectors let you set, like, last year. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Also, why the fuck does he care? We're already stealing evidence from the fucking chief of police's safe in his office. Like, come on! There's gotta be something we can show the detective. Yeah, I think I have some stuff. Actually. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I don't know. For gravitas? I guess? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. I should fucking hope so, man. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Imagine saying no, I don't want to do that right now. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. It's literally one piece. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. Thank you for being the one helpful person. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. The one piece, indeed. Combine. I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe that the one piece is real. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. A JRPG boss, you're right, fuck. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just detached? It's different from the others. Why, because it has blood on it? It's got a letter. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. Why is it so bright? I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar. Was he there? I know Nick was there. Or unless is that what you mean? That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. He got really drunk that day. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated. I love when I make a joke and then the joke is made in the game. It's so fucking funny. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Oh, I don't know about that. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... Nah. Some of them may originate from a distant memory from the case. That is true. That may be a possibility. The chemical plant one, I promise, is 100% real. I could not fucking believe that happened. You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! What is it? Why are you fucking pissed at me? He turns on a fucking dime. When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Okay, to fucking passive-aggressive, toxic. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? He's involving himself. You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Shut up, man. Fucking relax. Okay, what else do we have? Little tiny castle. What is that? Is that a phone? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Bro... A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. What do you mean it was ripped in half? It's... okay. We found this inside the drawer, a list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Okay, well I better look at the list then. This is all I've got. I can't read fucking any of it. What the fuck? I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Why haven't they drawn his onion head? What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Because he's being fucking sketchy. You better not forget about this picture. Okay. Why did he make a doodle like that? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it! I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't even fucking pay taxes. I don't believe that you pay taxes here right now. You don't have any taxes to pay. This is what I'm saying. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. It's way too fucking small. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Okay. Anyway. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. The drawing room. Is it weird that I've never played a WarioWare? He's in the organ. He's hiding behind the pipes. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Jesus. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. He just fucking wears earplugs, what do you mean? Picture. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead in just a few hours later. Why would he know that? Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. It looks like a flower in there. She left that? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. He's admitting that he wants to kill himself? Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed of doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! I mean, he might. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? Me, I don't want to do that. It sounds scary. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here? At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? I mean, he kinda did. They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Yeah, I think he means like jumping out of the window, like to escape or like to go after the criminal or something. But it just sounds like he wants to kill himself. Coward. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. So, if that's not stained glass, did he just like put those like sun catcher plastic things on there? You know? Have I looked at everything in here? Except for the piece of leather that... Oh. I guess I haven't looked at the piece of leather. I didn't take the piece of leather. Gumshoe didn't let me have it. Okay. Present. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah. It looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back. I just did that, and he said I'm not going to talk about it to anyone right now. I wonder what this is. Someone drew some kind of sketch. Why didn't he say anything about it? What the fuck? Wasn't that weird? That was kind of weird. Do we have anything else to do in here? What about the leather piece? You deleted it. Fuck. Is it gone? Okay, that's not too bad then. It's never gonna be worse than that time that I deleted 30 VODs off of the VOD channel. Because they were gone forever. I wanted to throw up. Hey, Edgeworth? He doesn't- okay. They were just like old ones. It was like a lot of- it was like 3 or 4 games. They were from like last- I deleted, I think, like the last Ender Lilies VOD, and then 29 other ones after that. I'm missing a lot of them, to be honest. So, it's not like it's a, you know, set in stone or anything, but... You had to delete them? Why? Rowan lost media indeed. So... what haven't I done? Oh yeah, the downloading on YouTube like isn't real. It's kind of fucked up. I feel like I don't have enough talk things. Oh, premium. Yeah. But even with premium, it's not like a real downloading. It's like you're downloading them so you can watch them offline, more than downloading them so you can do things with them. This knife belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. There are, like, websites you can find, yeah. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? I tried to do that one time when I was getting, when I was trying to get the sound effect for the follow notification. So the Bacchus sound effect. I found a video of it, and I put it on like a YouTube video to MP3 type downloader, and it was like, it said that it was down right now, and I was like, okay. So what I ended up doing was recording my screen with OBS and then exporting that video as just audio. It was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal. Okay. That's the ID card record. Oh, we haven't filled in the ID card thing yet. Someone with an executive officer number. All 7s. Yeah, okay, so we're not gonna fill that in right now. I kind of miss MP3 player. I miss the CD Walkman. Dating myself very specifically. Okay, I haven't looked at this yet. Hey, look here! It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. What do you mean it's hard to make out? Sometimes they say things like this and I'm like, are we looking at the same thing? Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. Oh, that's fun. That is odd. Like, that's the blue badger. Right? Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. Okay, we already... What's the purpose of a bottomless jar? She don't collect dust. What is actually this thing? Okay, what? No, I'm for real. Really? In what way? Blue badger is writhing around. I don't like that it has, like, a baton. What? Oh, that makes sense. I don't... What haven't I done? This ID card. Okay. I haven't jumped at the window. This is... day 3. Maybe this is... yeah. Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered? He pissed. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Yeah, we knew that. Why are you even questioning that? Should we... take prints, maybe? I hate that it defaults to the... Oh, I can't do it. Yeah, he left everything exactly as it was. Honestly, yeah. Some of the rooms on there are fine, and other ones are like, something's wrong with you, I think. I feel a lot better now that this jar's complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? I can't check the leather right now. I don't have it. More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for, anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Gumshoe told me I need to prove to him that the leather is related. Or that the the items are related. Oh, duh. I thought I should be able to use the fingerprinting set somehow, some way, but that makes sense. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. It wasn't his idea. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. Fuck off, man. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. He's unfortunately not joking. How did he get through school? We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Bro, you can't say that. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Yeah. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Bro, okay. She's told you one time how to use it. Which one do we like? The thumb or the middle? Start in the middle. Yeah, I need to know more. I have so many questions. Boing. Gasp. Can you believe it? Not found. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Bro, why are you doing this? Oh, that's too bad. I thought maybe they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. He's taking me off to the side. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Man, fucking finally, dog. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. We've already crushed it and destroyed it, but still. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the coach? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. Okay. We're fucking leaving. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? Don't take her by herself like this. This is weird. I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? You're really gonna leave her there? You crazy fucking person? Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. Okay, turn around now. No, you just had to go sneak in there like that, didn't you? You fucking came too. Yeah, there was so many things that we could have said just then. That was super creepy. I didn't like it. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. He can't get back into the door. Yeah, I don't like that he asked her to stay. It was weird. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Okay. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Fucking get her. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Tell me. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you were incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. I also like that. It's like, he spends so long not being sure about what's going on, that when he finally, like, locks in, it's like, sick. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. She didn't like that. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? I like that it auto defaults here. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Okay. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Yeah, she's about to fucking lose her job right now, so... Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. It's like, let's be real, like, she has access and he doesn't? If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. How do you feel about this? You want proof of the Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, alright. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Okay. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, what with all your fallacious accusations. Damn. $10 word. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? You asked me, you're the scary one. Okay. Okay. I think that piece of evidence should have worked. Frankly. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Yeah! Why doesn't the piece of cloth work? Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. No, for real, that's exactly like that. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Okay. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. But I found the body. This was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That's so funny. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. That's what she said. Just now. That's what she said. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Metal Gear. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. Okay, so fucking what? So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. And it was hanging out in the fucking picture. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The theme song comes on. The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. When did he bring the ID card back? After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Yeah, kinda. Pretty much. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Fucking... he has to do his job. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Yeah, I don't know. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Like, I'm wondering about... because we found his wallet with the ID card in it. So... and that was the next day. So, like, what time did he go there and do that? Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. This case is fucking long. I feel like this is longer than, like, most of the other ones. This is, like, the length of 2 of them. Okay, the ad is about to start. I'm gonna get up. Realizing I haven't gotten up all day, I don't think. Yeah, and then we can go on to number 2. Okay, I'll be right back. Ad's gonna hit any second, so. It's crazy that today is Friday. It doesn't feel like Friday. But I don't know what day it feels like. Just not Friday. This is the defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77777 ID number that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. I mean, I think it was confirmed when that was also the password to his safe, but I think it's crazy that that was the password to his safe. Even if nobody else is able to know your ID number because of your rank in the organization, I still feel like it's like bad password management, you know? Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. Yeah. Like, are you fucking kidding me? 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. He's lucky, yeah. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Okay. Bye. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Ganda has on her, it's now. February 25th. Probably not. Probably not like that. Because he keeps saying how he won't discuss evidence with him and stuff. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Why do you gotta open your fucking mouth right now? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Huh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Yeah, he's the judge now. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Which is to say, you dragged her into a corner and intimidated her until she said yes. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. That is crazy to just do that. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Yeah, this is... Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Why the fuck are we doing this over and over? What's she got behind her back? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Also, it's not illegal to make a deal with the defendant for them to... Anyway. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? Okay, wait, why would... If we're gonna end the case right now, we don't need a first witness. As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. I don't think you're allowed to threaten a prosecutor like that. Or anyone for that matter, but especially a guy in a courtroom. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I like that Edgeworth has kind of started working with us rather than against us. I think it is like a show of growth from him. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. You could just say student. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Birthday... Birthdays are fun even when it's not for a child. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Stare down. Oh, well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Yesteryear. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Let's fucking go. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Onion head. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Bro is doing theatrical shit right now. Waiting in the sister's office. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yeah, literally. He knows that Phoenix will pick up the slack. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. It's been there since then, at least. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. There was no people in the door? What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. So, okay, Von Karma got the award over and over and over, and then Marshall got it, and then Edgeworth got it. Probably Von Karma got it again the next year, because Edgeworth got it this year. I don't know. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. She's saying it was just about this time of year as if we don't know that based on the fact that this is when they're doing the evidence transferal. Yeah, Von Karma, I don't know. He should have shot him, probably. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. You see, I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. Objection! But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. That's okay. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. She drew a picture of the scene. It seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes? The judge has no fucking idea where he even is. He's fucking father time. At this point, like he's just... That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed him in the chest. That must have been a real shock. No pun intended. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. That's what they were doing for sure. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. It seems to have been lost, she says. Guess what? I have the picture. This is the right, yeah. I have the picture. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this? Surprise. We're objecting to Edgeworth saying anything. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Turn it sideways! Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. I literally can't. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. You would think that they would draw it with, like, a jaggy edge. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Surprise! Today, when my mom got home, she was like, what were you playing that you were reading and reading and reading and reading and reading? I was like... a lawyer game. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Show her the anime, yeah. She's never played a video game, I don't think. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. You're boggling like a rat. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Is that the case? Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. You're telling me that there's a doodle on the back of it? He's never looked? It's possible, let's see. Ugh. What is... Do you even have to ask? What is he mming? What is that reaction? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. It is intuitive. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. I was talking with a friend about that the other day, how, I think Ace Attorney, like, everybody that plays it likes it pretty much, and I think part of that is because it's, like, the most accessible visual novel from, like, a gameplay perspective. Not in a gameplay perspective, but, like, from a... Like, romance isn't a genre that everybody likes. You know what I mean? But most people like a mystery, or a puzzle of some kind. So I feel like the subject matter is more accessible. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. It's the vase. Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. I played Steins Gate, and some of the fucking endings are fucking crazy. I played the version of it that's like, it's like the quote-unquote enhanced edition with like art from the anime. And some of it is fucking wild. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. We could play it. It's pretty good. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, thanks. This is the picture. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness? But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Because they were shadows. Judge? So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. And the man had an onion head. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean, you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't think you need to apologize for not seeing a murder. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I mean, isn't it the weapon? How do I object to this, though? With the knife? Or with the picture? Objection! Not with the knife. Apparently. With the picture? Objection! No. Okay. How do I object to this? Stabbed in the back. Objection! She said stabbed in the chest, I think. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? How do I... How do I... What do I present here? The knife, okay. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. The judge is screaming. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does this mean? Objection! Don't worry about it. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection! Jeez, indeed. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, but you would think that she would draw, like, a pointy object, at the very least. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there being two broken knives? I mean, if the first one was... If they were falsifying the evidence, there would have to be another knife. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? I mean, prob. Yes. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright, in that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Do I want to give them the picture? Or the actual trophy? I guess the picture because it has the knife in it. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Surprise! That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. How did he get it off? Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Oh, he broke his own trophy. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Objection! But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! It must be a sharp sword. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. Yeah. I knew it. This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? I'm the designer of the Blue Badger. You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. If there is a minor involved in a case like this, I don't think they have them take the actual witness stand like this. I think that they, like, interview them behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure. First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger. This should be interesting. It's the Blue Badger. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. She has copyright just by making it. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Rue! Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Shut the fuck up. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. The Blue Badger is in it. Emma's recollection. When I saw the man raise the knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least, I think it was him. You think. All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you'll be set free and you'll shut the fuck up about it. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. Frankly, I'm disoriented all the time when I go home and my house is in shambles because I don't do anything but work. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. You don't think he has a home? The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that that thing had caused enough commotion? Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't dancing. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Objection! That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? Don't worry, I know. I know it. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. I've been saying it for hours. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. This, I feel like, is a little bit finicky. You gotta get it turned. What is the thing on the bottom? Like this? This isn't right. Okay. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Okay. I thought it was like straight down the barrel like this. But it's not. It's... Does my HP go down when I fuck this up? This is the only way to get the ears to look. Because she said 3 horns. And if I do it like this, that's only 2 horns. Don't you play Among Us like fairly... Maybe it's like this. It was right? Well, what the fuck then? Yeah. Maybe I didn't... Is it possible I didn't have it at the right, like, the perfectly right angle? Okay, there we go. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. It sure can. It's the blue badger. Yeah, I was surprised when they said it was wrong. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Objection! I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? He did straight up just say who asked. I don't remember what they want right now. Murder weapon is still the stab wound, but the pot. When was the jar broken? Back then? Also, it would have had to get blood on it while it was still in one piece, right? I'm just gonna try things. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Objection! Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Objection! Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Yes, there is. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? No. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Let's fucking go. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. It's literally right in the fucking picture. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, I can. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Yeah, man. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? What's the matter? I mean, come on. If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment. Assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yeah. 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 You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Honestly, that sucks so bad. Oh. She passed out. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Is it? I don't think it is. I think that's what we do in this courtroom. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time they conflate different types of people dying. Different types of people being killed. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, not in this case, but sometimes we can. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. To the electric chair! Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. That's what Edgeworth was hoping for. In his case. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Why is Edgeworth even proposing this? Does he have a reason to think this? A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. I mean, put some fucking luminol on there. Is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? 11307. 11037. I said it wrong. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. He's like, I had this happen to me and I survived. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Jar. Right? Jar. Wait, have I looked at this? Like on the other side? Okay. Clear handprint. The print belongs to Emma. It's Jar, isn't it? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that Blue Badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Lana, Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. Only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I mean... Wait, what do you want? Oh. They didn't specify what button to press. I had to figure that out on my own. Why are these... Why is it like this? Oh, I guess for the cross. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. How did he do that? Wasn't the jar broken at this point? An ad break? Of all people, she may not have meant it. But in the end, the one who took the victim's life... Yeah, he's really fucking good at this. Was Emma Skye. Yeah. See, Worthy. Can't say I didn't warn you. Why are you here again? Get out of here. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Bro, he was a serial killer. He was not an innocent man. He had killed multiple people. What the fuck are you talking about? Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Alleged serial killer for real, though. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. He's literally like, what the fuck is he even fucking doing? Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Gossip in the courtroom again. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can you just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Okay. I can't pause this part, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna save while the ad is running. Like, what the fuck is going on? Are you kidding me? What? Oh my god, that's crazy. No fucking way. Yeah, what the fuck was anyone thinking? Like, did we really think it was a fucking, like, Star Trek teleportation? Like, what the fuck was anyone talking about with that? I don't know, man. looking at fan art of a guy from a podcast that I watch, and somebody wrote, "Why did you make him hot?" And it's like, he's not even bad looking. Yeah, the autopsy has the time of death. It says between 4 and 5:15. And considering we were operating under the assumption that it happened at 5:15 for sure, then why would they leave the window open like that? You know? Like, you didn't have to... You could have just said he died at 5:15. If that's what actually happened. If that is for sure what happened. But guess what? It wasn't. It wasn't. Anyway. So there was drama in the courtroom. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued again. We're not getting into game 2 today. That's what I've figured out. February 25th. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Speedrun it, yeah. Don't worry about it. Most of what takes up the most time is reading the dialogue. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yep, you sure are. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. I mean, it might be possible, but like I don't know what it would be able to change, you know what I mean? Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here? You seem happy people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Yeah, what if it was there? What if... Play chess? What the fuck? Okay. What was I gonna say? I don't know. Tool assisted speedrun where they don't do anything except just like watch all the dialogue go by really fast. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna fucking crash out, dude. Oh, I didn't open the right tab. Right. 2-day streak on chess.com. Can you believe it? Try to find a place to put the mouse. Okay. We're playing the 1510. What did you find on YouTube? Anime profile picture? Usually they're having me play as black these days, I feel like. They're thinking about this really hard. Oh, okay. Going straight in for it. Okay, well. Can't go anywhere with that guy right now. Made up documentary movie on YouTube about a zombie attack. Photos. Okay, that's interesting. I am chessing it for this game because we had to redeem for chess. This wouldn't be free. I could take this, but again, it's not free. Because they can just take back, but we're gonna end up trading here in a second anyway. Savage land. This is undefended now. Pretty much. Maybe. I could have also just opened everything up to them by doing this, but whatever. That's fine. Dude, I would love to be able to attack that king right now. But I can't. I can't reach it. I could check, but like, what does that do for me? You know? Well, hang on. I have a thought. Oh, with the bishop, of course. That makes sense. That's me being dumb as hell. Is what that is. Because I could take back, but like, what's the point? Because I'm just gonna be down a bishop. You can have the pawn though if you want. I don't mind. The idea of a zombie apocalypse. It is kind of rough. It does kind of fucking suck. Okay, well. It doesn't do anything for me, though. Is the problem. If I'm gonna move, I might as well move in a way that gets me something. But, like, none of these things make sense right now. This is a bad trade for me, but it gets the knight off the board. Or I just let this go as it is. Check king. Check king with the queen? Yeah. That's true, because then they have to deal with it. It gives me a moment. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. And that's safe and doesn't lose me a piece, but also puts a little bit of pressure. I'd like to get this rook out. Which I could do. I don't like that I have nothing activated over here. King did get scared. Which, I mean, I can't say I don't understand. I'm back in the same position I was. Which is annoying. Okay. The chess queen is the original girl boss, you're right. Okay, I'm hearing you out. What do you think? No? That's also fine. Because I could just take the bishop, but then it's like, I just am giving it away anyway. I'd love to get this queen out of here, but there's nowhere for her to go really right now. Like, there's nowhere that's like kind of safe, but I'd like to get this other bishop out of here. Well, this protects here at the very least. So did pushing the pawn, but I want to be able to, I want room. This is a bad space that I've left. There's not, but I don't want to just give ground for not very much, you know what I mean? So if I take here... Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna scooch over. Because I don't want to give away the queen for fucking nothing. We need to get this bishop out. Man. Man, I'm fucking... Okay. I'm so fucking stupid. This is why I'm stuck in 200. 150 more like. I hate this. I hate that I've done this to myself. Because I did this. They didn't, they took advantage. But I did that. Like, there's nowhere for me to fucking go except here, I guess. I mean, I think I would just lose. Is what I think would happen. Okay, well, I'm protected here at the very least. We trade if they take advantage. Okay. It sucks because I gave away the whole reason that I moved the queen in the first place. But that's okay. I feel like I take too long to think about everything. Okay. If takes, then probably takes, but then also takes. Well, no, I can't take with the queen right now. Okay, well, no matter what they do here, I can... I can take with the knight. Okay. Sure. This is light square bishop. Which means I have a check sitting here. Oh, you saw it. You saw it. You saw it, so you put your guy there. Makes sense. Okay, I have like no pieces. Okay, let me... Go ahead and do that. Thinking is difficult, especially at 12:23 a.m., which it is for me right now. And like, I don't play enough to improve either. That's the other thing. R.I.P. my brain, for real. Oh my god, the same time as you, crazy. I can't believe we've never noticed that before. If I go here, how am I fucking myself over? My sleep schedule is so fucking cooked, dude. So, like, I just don't win this one, I think. But maybe I still have a chance, because I still have 2 rooks. I get, I think, the right amount of sleep, but it's, like, way too late in the night, so I wake up too late. What is this? Dude, I want to play that. It looks fun. I don't have a Switch 2, though. Do you think I can checkmate with a knight and a rook? Oh, it is? I thought it was Switch 2. Wait, that changes everything. Well, not everything, but like a lot. Pokopia, yeah, that's true. I want to play Pokopia also, but... I don't know. I think they just, like, blundered one time. I want to know if they're gonna bring the queen out. Doesn't look like it right now. Hear me out. I could still give it away. It could still happen. What is this that you're doing? You're just moving the queen out of the way so that she doesn't get forked? Is that the idea there? Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait. If I check... Okay, wait. If I'm here, then I'm protected here, but like that doesn't do that much for me? I could take bishop now, you're right. But then that puts my rook in kind of an awkward position. Because then I have to like get it out of the way of various pieces. Yeah, I can it's right there. There's something happening, right? Okay. Okay. What if I threaten the bishop with the knight? Or I could check and make them deal with that. But then they're just gonna go here or here. Or here, I guess. The fact of the matter is the check is against the king is against the wall. So that's all there is to say. Okay. Let me think here. I think we check with the knight because if I check with a rook, I just give it away and I can't do anything about it. I can't take it back. I can't trade for it. I don't know. I think they're trying to get my knight off the field. Fork. Are you trying to pass a pawn right now, dog? Yeah. That is correct also. Okay. This is a check, but then they just take with the pawn to get rid of the check. But then if I do that, then the king has nothing around it. Okay, hear me out. Because I don't need to take the king. I don't need to take back. They can have that. The king there is so the queen. Yeah, she's bad for me right now. I'd like to take this one. Okay. Oh, dog. Bro. Okay. I don't want to open this up. Because if I do, then the queen just comes down here. He's against the fucking wall, dude. Yeah, do you think I should start with this one? I'll start with this one because it's not in danger. But how am I gonna mate when the queen is there? You know? Me either. Okay. I'm gonna do this, I think. Well, no, he can't take if I'm here because this rook. Yeah. I also have to start to move now. Shite. Okay, if we trade these. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking right now. Because no matter what, I can. If they take one of these, then their queen is off the board. There's just no pieces left. Wait. He can't take. He can move. But he can't take. Right? There's no way I can mate with just one, though. I don't think. So let me take this, because this is undefended, and this still leaves this line, and he still can't take my other rook. This is dangerous for me. Two minutes, and they have fucking all of their time. I don't know what to do. Okay. Wait. This isn't mate, but it at least No, I fucked it. I've just fucked it entirely. I just ruined everything. Yeah. Okay. Well. Now we're having a pawn race. I'm gonna have to take this other one with... with my king. Like over here, you mean? Like to start... I don't think I have enough time to... How am I gonna protect the pawn, though? I don't have time. Because they're gonna take, and then... I move here, they take, I move here. Well, no, okay, I have time. Wait, that puts me in check. I can't do that. Yeah, no, I fucked this one. What is this little icon? Flare. Okay. I think we resign. There's no getting out of this. I'm thinking about it, and I just don't see a way. Because if I start trying to move this pawn, they're just going to block it, and then it's just going to be dead. And I'm only going to have one piece left. Oh, they chatted. I didn't even notice. Wow. Yeah, there was no hope. So, okay, what would I have done here? I'm just trying things. Like, what? Where do they want me to be right now? We offer the rook, trade the best options, offer a draw. Yeah. Check with F4. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay, well, you know. It was... Like, let's be honest, it was hopeless from the start here. So, I'm not that bummed about it. I feel like for having a fucking crushing disadvantage almost the entire game, I feel like I did okay. It is copium. You're right. I don't know if I saved, so I'm gonna do it again. I couldn't have. Well, wait, I don't know when. I guess the chess game took half an hour. Okay. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Look at the little guy on the on the cover of the book. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Yeah, okay. Don't fucking judge me. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Fucking how, you have half an hour. Evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Gumshoe had not figured this out yet. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Let's fucking go. I want to look at the book up close. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Hang on. Oh, I can't look at the cover closer. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. I totally did not know that. Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Shut up, bro. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... ... Yeah, Edgeworth just wants... yeah. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Let's fucking go, dog! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All he talks about is going in the pool. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Hey, man. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Edgeworth is still doing that part? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Honestly, it probably is. He says it too much. Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. Sir, this says murder is not what she did. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Probably both. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Why do you instantly resort to threats? Weapons. Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Fucking took him long enough. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Yeah, just him. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him! He was lying on the floor unconscious. That's crazy that you have that in your office. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Fucking kill him. Shoot him with a gun. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. Is that what you are? After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. Okay. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. That's crazy, actually. When I went to my office, I found Lana. Okay. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. Whatever. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. Oh, okay. Thank you. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what I have. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't need to press him again. That fucking suit of armor looks horrific. It's time to get soft-locked, indeed. Evidence for something, but what? Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. I think this is good enough. I don't think the prints make sense yet. This feels more relevant right now. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's that blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. I think both of these would be considered illegal evidence, considering he kind of broke and entered to get them. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Ha! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. He already told him that he was fired, though, I feel like. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relationship to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Yeah, he needs, yeah. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're useless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I think that's not true. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ugh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? What? There's tea here? There's drama? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They might also be dating. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Not even Red-White? Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Objection! If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery... I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, they're useless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Objection! That is true. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. This is what I'm saying. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Just change it. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ha! Ha ha! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No? No? Hang on. What do I have? What do I have? I have so much stuff here. Was it? I can't think of how it would help him. Oh, did I say the wrong thing? He wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Think outside the box. Never thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question isn't who would the chief help. It's who would ask the chief for help. If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. It appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Okay, so it's the accomplice, because he has Lana in the prosecutor's office. Yeah, they asked me two different questions. That's why I got confused here. When I said no, I was answering this question, which is no, not without a reason. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean... Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? Yeah, both of them are going to jail. Both of them are going to jail. Okay, we're in the ad break. I'm gonna start preparing to raid out. Oh my god. Oh, help. Jesus. And I'll find where? Dude, I have so many people followed. She's online. Why did I think otherwise? I couldn't see her in the list. Anyway. Why is she in my follow list? She's just simply not there. Oh yeah, there she is. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. For 1 minute 25 seconds. I think the raid counts down for like 50. If I'm not mistaken. So I'll start, I'll wait for the thing. I'll wait for the ad to be done. I know I don't have to do this, but like, it feels bad to raid out in the middle of the ad. You know? That's how I feel anyway. Dude, I want spaghetti. That'd be awesome. Marshall talking about getting noodles yesterday made me want noodles. Like a soft, like a painful spot underneath my jaw right now. I don't think that's like good. Like in the soft part under your jaw, you know? Okay, the ad is 5 seconds long at this point. Okay. Ad break is ended. So we are not here again until Monday. We'll probably, I'm assuming we will finish Save the Diver on Monday. So I'm gonna have to figure out something to replace it with. If anyone has any suggestos, drop them in the Discord. Dude, imagine continuing till 3 a.m. I'd vomit. But anyway, we'll be back on Thursday, and we'll finish this for real this time. And we'll move into AA2. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. And we will see you all on Monday. Bye! Wait, where's the button? Where's the button? Where's the raid now button? Here it is. Okay, bye!